Did that finally get rid of the wall?
To think they would hide it in Lord Dohalim's personal quarters. The nerve of these people.
They won't get away with it for much longer.
That's right. We have to hurry to the Lord's chamber. Let's go!
Well, well, if it isn't the slaves and the traitor. I don't remember giving you permission to enter the palace.
So it's true. You really are the one behind all this, Kelzelik.
I don't remember giving you permission to speak either. Know your place, slave!
Now we see his true colors.
Yeah, a despicable excuse for a human being. Though really, I guess that makes him pretty ordinary, huh?
Kelzelik, you were Lord Dohalim's most trusted advisor. His closest ally. Why would you betray him?
Don't be a fool! I didn't serve him because I wanted to. I expect a mere slave would know, but there are many powerful contenders for the position of Lord. A contest of strength determines the one who will be Lord and undisputed ruler of a realm. There is no choice in the selection. If my master had any ambitions of becoming the sovereign, I would have gladly served him.
But he had no intention of fighting for the crown.
Indeed. Can you slaves even imagine how that looked to the rest of us? Enduring the whims of an ambitionless lord, all we could do was wait for the end as we suffered through our humiliation.
You want suffering? Try being Danon for a day.
So you plotted against Lord Dohalim in secret. And when my brother found out...
And I would do it all again if it meant returning Menancia to its rightful state! A realm where Danons are slaves and Renans their masters. It's the natural order.
Enough! Who are you to decide what is natural or rightful, traitor? Miguel. My brother. He dreamed of building a world free of suffering. He gave his life for that dream. And all you've managed to build is a lake of death! You killed my brother! And now you'll die for it! My brother's dead because of you!
Why should I concern myself with the passing of one pathetic slave?
Have you no shame?
Ice tornado!
It can hide itself? Amazing!
Tiger blade! Here in darkness! I'm all go for the weak point! Look sharp!
Double Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Take this! This
Look
one's
sharp!
all mine!
That's it!
Burn in hell!
Tiger blade!
Strike! Double Demon Fang! You're finished!
Tiger
You're
blade!
mine! Dragon Swarm!
Out of ammo! I'm all stocked up!
It vanished again?
Listen carefully and keep your eyes peeled.
Take this! It's over!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out then.
And miss all the fun? No way. Appreciate the help.
There!
Goodbye, Ethan! On guard! Down! Your arm!
Dragon Swarm!
Going in! Lightning orb!
Take this!
Extinguish your
Double
healing
Demon
circle!
Fang! Dragon Swarm!
Appreciate the help.
Take this!
Appreciate the
I
help.
never miss!
It's over!
Falling storm! Healing circle!
They're answering.
Thank you! Here! I'm out of ammo!
I owe you one.
Tiger Blade! Chinese
An outstanding.
Photon, here's a healing arc! First aid!
Appreciate the
Now,
help.
while it's reeling!
Take it down! Hey, that...
Tiger Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Molotov!
Here, let me help!
Through escape!
First aid! Hey, that...
Dragon form!
Raging Cascade!
Luna Rongo!
I'm out of ammo! I'm all
Tiger
stuck
Blade! An outstanding effect.
Liquid darkness!
Look sharp!
Ray!
Burn in hell!
Tiger Blade!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon form!
Falling storm!
I'll heal you
Try
all!
harder! Not a chance!
Tiger Blade!
Healing
I owe you one! Strike!
I owe you one for that.
Dance in the wind! Feel!
Double demon fang!
Meteor!
First aid! Now for something special!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
Storm!
You're finished!
Liquid darkness!
Piercing roar!
And again!
Double demon fang!
Falling storm!
Tiger Blade!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Going in!
Take this!
Healing go! Take this! Aid! Water snake wing!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Lightning orb!
Double demon fang!
Make it break!
Commander of heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Photon
This
blast!
one's all
Falling
mine!
storm!
Here I come!
Reload!
Dragon
Piercing
form!
roar!
Weapon!
Flaming thrust! Luna Rongo!
Raging
Let's go!
Cascade!
You're on! You picked the wrong fight!
Time to shine!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! That move! Thousand Gales! Carry it
Here
out!
comes a big one!
Far enough!
Gusty Nail!
Take this!
Going in! Hunting
Dragon
Ray!
form!
Will this help?
Dazzling
Beat!
speed!
Still!
Tiger Blade! Prime
Thank
and
you.
ready. I'm all stocked up!
Annihilation!
Time to shine!
Into the shadows!
Flaming thrust!
Raging
Luna
Castle
Rongo!
Healing Arc! First aid! Dance in the wind! In here!
Take this!
More Tiger Blade!
An astral arc?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Dragon form!
Ray! May a thousand
Here I
gales
come.
carry you to stride!
Double demon fang! Dragon form!
Firmament Ranger! Radiant Pierce!
Nothing gets by me!
This one keeps charging
Far
us!
enough! That's what my shield's for!
You're mine!
Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! I'm not done!
Tiger Blade!
Smash you! Try harder! Now! It's on!
Nail!
My turn!
It's weakened!
This ends now! Dragon
This
form!
one's mine!
Ready!
Castle!
Healing
Dazzling speed!
Rhoda!
Air
I owe you one!
Tiger Blade!
Here I come! Dragon form!
Piercing roar!
Arrow squall!
I can't heal you forever!
Burn in hell!
Piercing
I'm all
roar!
stuffed up! Here goes! Annihilation! Lightning! Lightning down! Thunderblade! None shall escape my judgment!
You're finished!
Dance in the wind! Ray! Air thrust! Photon blast!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! Chinese supernova!
Denied!
Here, raging cascade!
Ah!
First aid!
I owe you
in
one.
here!
Tiger Blade!
I'll be
Dragon
saving this
form!
one! None shall escape my judgment!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial
You're
spear!
finished!
Where are you going?
Chinese supernova!
Double demon fang!
Dance in the wind! Death ball! Air
Dragon
thrust!
form!
Ammo confiscated! What
Take this! This one! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Eat right! Still anyone's fight!
Arrow
Take
squall!
this!
Piercing roar!
Double
Air blast! Blazer!
Guardian field! I like my guard down.
Strong. You'll pay for that!
Thunderblade! Healing circle! Hey, I'll bring you back from death! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! In here! Lord Payson! Here, let me help! Lava!
Thanks, this should do it!
Take it!
Take it!
In here! Arch shield! Here, let me help!
Demon Fang!
Going in!
Dragon Swarm!
Focus your attack! Water snake wave!
Here I come!
Target
You're
blade!
finished! Double Demon Fang!
Lightning arm! More with that target blade! Thunderblade!
Try harder! My turn!
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
You picked the wrong fight! Take this! You're finished! Over?
Come on! Healing circle!
Let me at him! I owe you one.
Mega ray! Annihilation! Lightning! Here goes! Tiger blade! I'll heal you all! Shining Supernova! Healing Thousand Gale! Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
You filthy slaves are despicable!
Your dreams of attaining lordship are no more. Give up, Kelzelik.
Attaining lordship? Ridiculous. Only those who possess a master core can become a lord. What, did you think just anyone could do it?
But then, what were you trying to accomplish with this? Didn't you betray your lord?
Yes, that's true. However, there are other lords.
Other lords? So you mean...
At last, the truth is revealed.
Dohalim, where have you been this whole time?
Cleaning up. Kelzelik, you've made your last of these.
The fruit of Helgen?
It can't be. You found my production facility?
Correct. And I tore it down. But something still troubles me. It's clear that this is no ordinary fruit. Nor was the equipment used to grow it. You couldn't have done all this without outside assistance. Indeed. Something like this must have come from another realm. Tsar, perhaps?
You actually expect me to talk now? At this point, the contest for the crown will be over soon enough. And you will finally receive the punishment you deserve for your weakness.
I've already received my punishment. May this be my final act, as the Lord of Elder Menancia. Go. To Mahag Sar, Ganeth Haros, wherever you think you'll find a suitable lord.
Are you alright with this? He killed your brother after all.
He did. But then I thought, he's nothing more than one common, ordinary Renan. He's not worthy of my time or my anger, right?
So after everything, was the dream of coexisting just a dream? What is that?
Those are the cheers of the brave Danans who overpowered Kelzelik's forces.
Wait, they challenged the Renans?
Indeed. A militia made up of Danan guardsmen, Renan supporters, and of course, the Gold Dust Cats.
Do we have you to thank for bringing them all together?
Regardless of what your original motivations were, your dream of coexistence saved countless lives. And now, those people out there are fighting to keep that dream alive. That's something real.
Be that as it may, They do so now by their own hands. These people no longer need any lord.
Where are you going?
To put an end to the crown contest. So long as its madness persists, peace will remain ever out of reach. I cannot allow it to continue.
The crown contest impacts far more than just the Dahnans. You're choosing to fight Lenegis and the entire Empire.
I am well aware. However, if I wish to keep this dream from dying, then I have little choice in the matter. Besides, it's the least I can do.
So you're gonna go out there and make that dream real on your own?
You may be decided on your path, but that doesn't make it any less difficult.
Why not walk that road with us?
Pardon?
You heard me. We're fighting to liberate the Dahnans. You're fighting for the people of this realm. I'd say we're on the same path, really. It would only make sense for us to walk it together.
Dahnan dissidents, side by side with a Renan lord? Not the least intriguing invitation I've received. An invitation which would only be proper courtesy for me to accept.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hey, where'd Kisara go? I don't see her anywhere.
Maybe she just needed some time alone. A lot's happened.
That makes sense. She did just lose her brother after all.
We ought to keep moving as well. So long as there are lords who draw breath, we have a mission to complete. Kisara's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself. We should hurry on ahead to our next destination.
I guess you're right. And it is a lot safer here than it was. What do you think, Dohalim?
I am not sure I have the right to say anything as far as Kisara is concerned.
Fair enough. Well, I, for one, would like to say goodbye if we get a chance. Let's keep an eye out for her as we leave.
What's Kisara going to do now?
I'm sure it's complicated for her.
Where did Kisara run off to?
You don't think she took off after Kelzelik, do you?
No. Miguel entrusted her with his dream. She wouldn't do something reckless like that. Right now, I think she just needs time to think. What she does from here on out is up to her. She has to be the one to decide.
You all arrived here from Cyslodia, yes? In that case, you should depart via the south gate, rather than the one you arrived through.
After all that, Kisara never came back to see us.
I'm surprised she slipped away without us noticing. Where would she even go? I hope this place survives. You think the Dahnans and Renans have a chance of getting along? We didn't really do much to change things around here, did we?
This realm had its own walls to overcome. And in the end, it was the people themselves who decided to break them down, without any help from us. I hope they keep going, I really do.
Yeah, well, if you say so, I guess. Huh?
All right. I leave command of the Gold Dust Cats in your hands.
You've got nothing to worry about, Kisara. I'll do your brother proud.
Looks like it's time to go. Take good care of Zare for me. All right, Lagiel?
You've got it. Stay safe, Kisara.
Did you come to say goodbye?
Actually, I was wondering if you could use another companion.
Huh?
Well, we certainly don't mind you coming along. We just figured you'd stay behind and help rebuild. These people could use you.
I thought much the same thing. However, in the end, something changed my mind. Ever since Miguel died, I've been thinking a lot. About where I went wrong, what I should have done differently. You know, that sort of thing. It's true that our dream of coexistence saved many Dahnan lives, but we were naive and short-sighted. I was so wrapped up in my idea of how things should be that I didn't see the problems that existed right in front of us. I thought we had been given a utopia. And so I never bothered to look too far past its surface. I chose to be ignorant. And because of that, because of me, my brother...
Miguel's death wasn't your fault, Kisara.
Perhaps you're right. But in the end, it was me he entrusted this dream to. I learned that nothing in this life is free, or gained without sacrifice. Now that I know that, I'll just have to figure out what else I don't know.
So, decided to join us?
I have. And hopefully I can continue to protect Elde Menancia from outside the dream world, for the sake of those still inside.
And here I thought you joined for an opportunity on my life.
In all honesty, I'm grateful to you. I truly am. I don't blame you for what happened. But I must also leave your service. No longer will I be defined by protecting a Renan Lord. From now on, when I fight to protect my dream. All I ask is that you do your part, that you fight alongside me, not just for those who used to believe in your dream, but for those that still do. Dohalim.
I understand. I'm no longer a lord anyway.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger. All right, where to, team?
We make for Mahag Sar, the Valley of the Four Winds.
amazed how easily you can move such a giant shield around like it's nothing.
Really? It's not actually as heavy as it looks.
It's really reassuring to have someone like you protecting us, though.
You know, I guess I never realized it before, but looking back, I've always been the sort to put myself in harm's way to protect those around me, even before I joined the Eldiman Guard. So in a way, using this shield to keep you all safe feels like it's what I was meant to do.
You don't need to worry about protecting me. I don't plan on relying on you.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you do or not. I don't protect people because they ask me to. I do it because I want to, and because I think it's the right thing to do. That goes for you too, Dohalim.
Me?
Yes. You see, you and I both want the same thing. We have the same goal. That means it's in my best interest to continue to protect and keep you safe as well. Even now.
I'm not sure how much protecting I'll need either, but I appreciate the thought. I'm sure you'll do us proud, Kisara.
Right. You can all count on me.
What was Kelzelik even after in the end?
Isn't it obvious? Clearly he wanted the throne for himself, and was gonna have his goons execute Dohalim to get it.
He had to have known he couldn't hope to defeat a lord. He should have run while he had the chance, instead of holding himself up in the palace.
Maybe he thought he couldn't run? Either way, the outcome's the same.
So he got desperate and decided to go for broke?
One might argue that he was another victim of mine, in a sense.
Huh?
There is no greater calling in life to a Renin than the crown contest, yet I refused to take part. The shock he felt at that must have been truly immense. Enough to drive him to revolt, even though doing so meant defying Renin hierarchy.
I know I've said this before, but Dahnans and Renins wouldn't coexist here if it wasn't for your stance.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shionne?
No, she is absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
is something.
Mahag Sar. That makes 4 out of the 5 realms.
Gotta break through!
Vanquish darkness! Into the storm! Mega ray!
Resonate with the...
I can handle it!
Miran!
Not so fast!
Dragon
Now! Being interrupted. Hey! Blow them away!
Here's the raging
Megasonic thrust! Dragon form!
Elusive deity!
I'm out of
Tornado
Do it!
drive!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are... Part.
no choice. Azure Storm!
The official deed. Another incantation ruined. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Power surges through me.
Demon
Here, resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I'm out! I'm all stopped up!
Elusive deity.
Reload!
Here, let me help.
coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Plasma Shock! Sona!
Elusive deity. Tornado drive. Kisara. All yours, Kisara.
Well, looky here. Hoo! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo! Maybe something's going... going on in the forest. lost! You got company!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Snake of the abyssal deep, clear for us a path! Another incantation ruined! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Elusive deity! Tornado drive! Instinct sharpen! You missed! Can you take it? Snake of the abyssal deep, clear for us a path! No art of being interrupted! Begin! Why aren't you human?
To stop you dying?
Elusive deity! I'll face you! Not so fast! Can't get out of this! This death shall not be...
This is barely target practice. Then why bother fighting them? Because I certainly won't run away from a battle.
A fish! You saw it too, right?
I didn't realize there was a pond here.
Yeah, this is Taka Pond. And it happened to have saved my life once upon a time.
What do you mean?
As a kid, I survived life under the past lords by escaping here when I needed to. It's terrible to swim in, but great for catching a bite for dinner away from Ren and eyes. Bear in mind, our rations back then weren't enough to live off of. You had to take matters into your own hands if you wanted enough food to survive.
But how did you catch them? With your bare hands?
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble. I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod. You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done. Now where might those fish be? All right. Well, it's not bad, per se.
Maybe you could keep it as a pet.
Yeah! I've got something. Anybody could reel in that.
You sure know what you're doing.
There's a nice breeze here. Yeah! I've got something. Anybody could reel in that.
Not too shabby, friend.
Hup. All right. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Nice! You caught it!
Now where might those fish be? And that's all there is to it.
Wow. It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me. Kisara? I think I've seen enough.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while.
That's how fishing goes. You wait for a bite, and then the real battle begins. Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
I was hoping we'd get to fish during our travels. And it just so happens I made sure to grab my brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Good to hear. Thanks for showing us. Okay!
I'm always amazed what he... healing arts can do.
Just doing my job.
Hey. Is it just me, or have those two barely spoken a single word to one another?
I know, right? But after everything that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers you that much, why don't you ask them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
You mean Kisara and myself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort of came with the job description.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still does.
You know, she's probably right. And a lot has changed over the last few days. I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
Of course.
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need a little time to get fully used to it. I've noticed that sometimes we come across enemies who fight like you, and try to dodge our attacks at the last second.
I hate those guys. I can get some hits in when they move into attack, but otherwise they slip past damn near everything else I throw at them.
If what you're seeking is a way to more reliably hit them, there is a solution.
Try to outclass them on reflexes?
I possess the ability to command Earth elemental beings to some extent. They emerge as the land itself and take root on my command. They will swiftly bind the enemies, at which point you can dispatch them.
Huh?
What he means is that he can make plants grow to hold the enemies in place. At least I think that's probably what he's saying.
I'm glad at least one of us understands him. So basically, if we find an enemy that likes to dodge, we should let Dohalim handle it.
I shall do what I can within my modest means to help.
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me, but my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much? Why are you looking at me like that?
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
Originally, I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that. Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Maintaining your shield? It's becoming a familiar sight.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the Guard. Now, it's just a part of my routine.
Your brother always seems to come up whenever I talk to you.
That's because we had no other relatives, so it was just the two of us growing up. He was my idol, the one I looked up to and wanted to be like. When I became a guardsman, Lagiel wasn't too pleased to see me at first. It was Miguel who really welcomed me aboard.
Lagiel? Oh, right. She was Miguel's second in the Gold Dust Cats, wasn't she?
That's right. She's always been a very critical and down-to-earth person. In other words, the complete opposite of a dreamer like me.
You're more an idealist than some pie-in-the-sky dreamer.
Even so, that's my brother's doing. He'd never let me stop seeing a brighter world. He always did what he could to keep me smiling and happy.
You must have meant a lot to him.
He wasn't just kind, either. He always worked so hard to set an example for me and everyone else around him. He was a true big brother. So much so that when he thought I was asleep, he'd slip out of the house to go training on the outskirts of town.
You seem to know a lot about it.
That's because I only pretended to be asleep and would follow after him.
You
know what? I'm at a good stopping point with my shield. If you've got time, how about I tell you a couple more Miguel stories?
I guess I'd better get comfortable.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I just noticed none of you other Dahnans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia. In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be completely honest, I'm not sure why I don't have one. All the other Dahnan slaves around me did. I was the only exception. They tended to keep their distance from me to avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers, because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renin doctor who's sympathetic to our kind, and had them remove it before I left. They did such a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know that once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to. It may sound a little strange to hear me say this, but I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman, and this is my chance to have a new beginning.
This sure is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
Why spend energy fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers. For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without someone expending effort.
And you know, somehow that someone always ends up being a Dahnan, while the Renins are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up with the inconvenience until someone else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And it is those who can no longer bear that feeling that inevitably take action. Much like the Dahnans in our group do so now. As strange as it may be to hear such a thing from the likes of myself.
It's true that most of the Dahnans in Calaglia have been resigned to just accepting things as they are. Still, we can't just blame them for...
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. There! Make it over! Resonate with the earth! Gravitas field! Mega ray! Hut! Head to the wind!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly! Vanquish darkness! I'm all stocked up! Mega ray! Too much to handle? I'm ready! Vanquish darkness! Mega ray! Gravitas field! Now!
In an instant!
Impact!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk. Another incantation ruined.
Only getting natural energy! Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer! This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
All right. There's nowhere to run from my art.
When he slows down, that's our chance!
Leave the agile ones to me.
You're mine!
Can't get out of this!
You're mine! Dragon!
Throbs in pain.
No escape! Dragon form!
Annihilation!
So you clamor for my true power? Elusive deity!
Lunar Rondo!
Tornado drive!
Take this!
Can you take it?
It's over!
Take this!
Dragon form!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic Fission!
Dance in the
Your
wind!
Do it! Kisara! All yours, Kisara! My turn!
Searing flame!
Elusive Deity!
You're finished!
Begin!
Double Demon
Take
Fang!
this!
Dragon Swarm!
Back into the fray! Field!
Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Got some interesting moves there, Dohalim. I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
We seem to have come across some rather unusual objects.
What, you mean that pile of garbage?
No mere garbage, I assure you. Still, I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Yeah. I think he might have found some old Danon relics. They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renans first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Not really, just that it must be nice to be a Renan who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
Are you interested in this stuff too, Dohalim?
Charmed may be a better turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking, the history that went into their creation. You see, we Renans have hardly any such objects that trace back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
Oh, but it does. Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it. Well, seeing as it's Danon history, just make sure you're careful with it. All right, Dohalim?
But of course. There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Visibility along this path will remain limited for some time. Take care not to get ambushed.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well. Lords don't strike me as having much time for wandering in the woods.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. I'm only getting Into the shadow!
Dragon Form!
Take this! I'm only getting
ready!
Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around. No defense!
Certainly not.
Orbs! Lightning! Magna Ray! Take it!
Can you take
It's
it?
over!
Take it!
Do you require...
Liquid Darkness! I'm all soaked up!
Eternal Devastation!
I'm only getting...
In an instant! Impact Block!
May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
Can you take it?
I'm ready!
Take this!
Not so fast.
You're finished!
Magna Ray!
Blew away!
Gravitas Field! Dance in the wind!
Deity!
Go!
Mirage!
Tornado Drive!
Finish it!
Falcon! Astral Energy!
Say no more! I can feel my power growing! Come and face me! Here I come!
Firmament Ranger!
In a bind?
You're finished! Orochi's Fury!
Arrow Squall!
Down.
Not in your dreams!
Luna Rongo!
Hit!
Catapult!
Whoa! Hey!
Down. Luna Rongo!
Win!
We've got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman!
You're mine! All yours!
Negative
Lightning
gate!
Attack!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Another incantation ruined!
I'll heal you all!
Orochi's Fury! Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Thank you.
Why'd you heal
Lead
me?
the enemy guard! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Back into the front!
Raging Luna Storm!
Raging Death Gale!
Take this!
Feel!
It's time!
You're finished!
This'll come in handy! Annihilation!
Take this!
Hear me!
Orochi's Fury! Plasma Shock!
Raging Death
Luna
Gale!
Rongo!
Resonate with the earth!
Mirage!
Stalagmite!
Annihilate!
Here I come! You're finished! Take this!
Dusty Nail!
It's over!
Elusive Deity! Begin!
Plasma Shock!
Raging Cascade!
Luna Rongo!
Raging Luna Storm!
I'm not done! Be still!
I'm ready! Hey! Blow them away!
Lightning
It's
Lord!
over!
Alright! It's
Swordblade
showtime!
Alpha!
I think I'm getting stronger. It's so hilly around here. I can feel my feet getting blisters.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if you're not used to these sorts of trails.
I take it you're comfortable with them then?
Oh yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
You're mine!
Freezing storm!
Orochi's Fury!
Don't mind if I do.
Lightning Thrust!
Now you see what I can do!
Alright, it's
Dazzle!
showtime!
Luna Rongo! Damn it!
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that! Do it!
I'll face you! Rinwell! Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Take this!
Certainly not.
I'm not done! Dazzle!
Elusive Deity!
Luna Rongo!
Face you!
Stardust!
Here I go! Only getting started now!
All yours, Kisara! Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Thunder Field!
Allow me to help.
You're mine! Orochi Fury! Orochi Fury!
Gusty Nail!
Beckon, the everlasting
Shattering
dark.
of pieces!
Negative
Yes!
resonate with the earth through one. You're helping me to become a pattern.
It's for the good of all of us.
Now!
Is it now? Blow them away!
Barely a blip on our radar. This won't be easy.
Denied!
Don't be such a pessimist.
Glacial Spear!
I never miss!
Lightning thrust!
Mega Ray! Graviton Field! Shiny Supernova! Dance to the wheel! Right now, it's over! Get on in there with the others!
Astral Arc?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Mega Ray! Shiny Supernova! I'm out! One at a time! Mega Ray!
Raging Luna Storm!
Alpha!
I shall ensure you survive
Law!
this.
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
The heavens must be smiling. Discourteous, aren't
Take
you?
it!
In a bind?
Here goes! Dance to the wind!
Orochi!
Leave the chargers to me!
Lightning thrust! Luna Rondo! You're mine! Ignite!
Glacial
You're mine!
Spear! Pierce evil!
Take it,
Taste it!
Supernova!
Luna Rondo!
bestow thy mystic mercy.
Double Demon Fang!
Another incantation ruin.
You're mine! You're finished! It's over! Try harder!
Prepare to be
never
sealed, O
miss.
fleet.
Seal!
Actually, perhaps
Blue
sound
escape.
is more appropriate.
Let's go!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Thunderfield!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven,
Phoenix Cyclone!
bestow thy mystic mercy.
First aid!
Your
Fairy circle.
Thank you.
Take
Fury! Burning Strike!
Glacial
Spear! Pierce evil! Divine Street!
Being interrupted.
Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Okay,
Mega
here I
Ray!
go.
Raging
No
Gusty!
further.
Take this! Orochi
Sleep
Fury!
now! Do it!
It's time!
Feel!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think... We're about to be real lucky!
Hey, new equipment!
More Danon runes here too, I see.
What were people even thinking back then? Trying to build anything around here.
Maybe they just had that much time and energy on their hands.
Gotta break through! Take this! You're finished!
Surrounding us!
Orochi Fury!
Now you see what I can do.
Lightning Orb! Lightning Condemned!
You're mine!
Thunderblade!
Not today!
Mega Ray!
Try harder!
Dusty Nail! Let the marksman handle this!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Luna Rondo!
Here comes the shield!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil! In here!
Begin!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Too much to handle?
Double demon back! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Ha! Searing Not in your dreams! Reload!
You're mine!
No!
You're finished!
I can feel my precision improving.
I sure have built up a sweat with this. Ike.
Rest assured, we have reached the top. It's all down. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Attack time! Take it! One more! Lightning condemned! Into the shadows!
Resonate with the earth.
How's this? Mega Ray! Lightning condemned!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
I'm only getting started!
Now I can let loose.
Thanks for the concern.
We'll get simple repayment. Then tonight's meal is on you. You've got it.
I never miss! Mega Ray!
We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
It's over! Finish it!
Elfin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
I'm only getting
My
started!
lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Luna Rondo!
Lightning! Mega Ray!
I'm not! Blow away!
Get on in there with the others! Lightning!
Finish it!
Here I go!
I can feel my power growing! Gotta break through!
There! Lightning is over!
For us a path.
Hurricane Thrust! I'll take you all on!
Downfall!
Hurricane Thrust!
It's over! Gravitas Field!
Elusive deity.
Lightning Raging Cascade! I'm only getting started! More Gravitas Field! Thunder! Lightning! Here I go! I'm only getting started! Mega Ray!
Rising Warrior!
I can't hold on much longer!
Hurricane Thrust!
Hey Gale, turn this way!
Hurricane Thrust!
Mega Ray! I'll end this with my own hands!
I'll thank
You're
you.
mine! Back into the fray! Here goes! And
Resonate
again!
with the earth. Over. Stalagmite.
Sword Rain Alpha!
How anti.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Sighted! I'm only getting Raging
Thank you.
Mega Ray! Now!
Flew away!
I think I'm getting stronger.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it. Don't get careless!
You're mine!
Don't tell me.
Orochi Fury!
Armor won't save you.
Not on my watch!
Orochi Fury! Double Demon Fang! Last
Reload! Lightning Condemned! Thunder Blade! I can do this all day!
It's over!
Don't mind if I do!
Raging
Double
Luna
Demon
Storm.
Fang! Plasma Shock!
Here goes!
Luna
Lightning
Rondo!
Storm! More with that
Tempting.
Dance in the wind!
I've used too much.
Orochi Fury!
Not on my watch!
Debut performance.
Into the shadows!
Double Demon Fang!
Mega Ray! Vanquish Lightning! Downfall!
Orochi's Fury!
Not
I thought
today!
you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content. It's got me in the sight.
Negative gate!
Resonate with the earth! This one's mine! Don't mind if I do! Mega Ray!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Prison ends, Alistair.
Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more. Got it.
Well done! I'm all set up! Lightning Orb! Annihilation! Dance in the wind!
Begin.
Now!
Still.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
There!
Still thinking about how to act around Dohalim?
That obvious, huh? Except I don't think I'll be changing much after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others. But isn't that what friends do too? Support and protect one another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right? If that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not going to give you any grief over it.
Actually, I've been thinking about how I ought to act around you all as well.
Oh?
When I set out on this journey, it was to rid Eldaman and Sia of its enemies, and search for wisdom in the outside world. Wisdom that I could potentially put to use on my return. I'm grateful to you all for letting me tag along. But it got me thinking, what am I actually contributing by being here?
What are you talking about? You know how to hold a weapon, don't you? That's help enough.
Is it though? Sometimes I wish there was more I could be doing to pull my...
Oops, sorry about that. Jeez, I'm famished.
Now that you mention it, what do you guys normally do for food and meals when you're out and about on your travels?
What do you mean, what do we do? We find stuff to eat and eat it. So long as it's meat, I'm not fussy.
Eating what you like can be good for morale in the short term, but you need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
Does that mean eating vegetables too?
Isn't that obvious?
It does, which I guess hasn't been happening up till now.
Yeah, to be honest, we could be eating better than we do.
Understood. In that case, I'll just have to make sure you're all staying healthy and eating right myself. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about cooking as well.
You hear that, Law? Sounds like you'll be eating your greens after all.
Ugh.
What is it?
No, sorry, it's just... I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Me? Certainly you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I hope.
Typical Renan, leaving everything to someone else.
Rinwell, I don't think...
That said, should you need my skills on the battlefield, please rest assured I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities, regardless of who we may face.
I'm sure no one doubts that. Listen, guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another, don't you think?
I wouldn't get your expectations too high in that regard. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
Something wrong? You look like you're deep in thought.
Not exactly. I was merely thinking about you two and your sense of etiquette.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being and forget it. Do we really need to talk about this now?
Yes, I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Denon to learn proper manners.
That's because I was given the opportunity to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
Exactly. You've got to remember what it's been like for us living under the Rena elsewhere.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my espousing the virtues of equality between our peoples, I was still looking down on the two of you.
You don't need to beat yourself up. I wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
Nevertheless, I shall mind my words from here on out. Having said that, I do believe you two would still benefit from learning the basics of proper society. I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out, if you like.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Acting all prim and proper isn't really my style.
If you say so. How about you, Law? Would you like to learn? Although I suppose my first task is to reform your attitude toward the idea of good etiquette.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
Coming through!
They're surrounding us!
Okay, here I go!
Lightning!
Hurricane
Downfall!
Thrust!
Mega Ray!
Hurricane Thrust!
May a thousand years carry you to dread!
Hurricane Thrust!
Here I go! I'm only getting started!
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
I'm out! Magna Ray! You're mine! I'm out! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
This is it! Law, get toasty!
Bird strike!
A comfortable win.
What's this place here? Some kind of old house?
I don't know about...
Get lost! This one's mine! Leap out! Confiscated! Into the shadows!
Fury!
Light astral energy! Mega Ray! Alright! I'm ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
An instant!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
I'm not done! Shut him down! My turn!
I'm out of arrows! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
There! Grab to the wheel!
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet and... This is the power of the blazing sword!
Let's see what you've got. Benediction light.
Take this!
Raging Cascade!
In a bind?
Take this!
Dance in the wind! Arch Field!
Freak! Why can't they just sit still?
The enemy really
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
used too much. Why'd you heal me?
To stop me dying.
Right.
Double Demon Fang! It's over!
Elusive deity!
Ignite!
Hitting pile
Sweet dreams!
So those are Dan and Astro F. Something you want to say? Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
Double Demon Fang!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Demon Fang! You're mine!
I can carve through armor! It's over! Air thrust! Where are you going?
Elusive deity!
Hitting pile driver! Carrier sled! Gravitas field! Gusty nail!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Into everlasting dark!
Annihilation!
Negative gate!
I lack the energy for healing arts. Let's see what you've got.
Here I come!
Can't get out of this!
Orochi's Fury!
Shining supernova!
Elusive deity!
Photon dance in the wind!
Rondo!
Air thrust! Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Here it goes!
Orochi's Fury!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Back into the fray!
Take this!
Mega ray! Dance in the
Double
wind!
Demon Fang!
Air
Plasma
thrust!
Shock!
With this, I can become even stronger. Out of our way!
Take this! Now it's let loose!
Negative gate!
Freezing
Orochi!
storm!
With the earth!
Don't mind if I do.
Here I come!
Tornado!
Orochi's Fury!
Bronze and ready!
Double Demon Fang!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well
Blade of
together.
fear.
Like a
Pierce
finely
evil.
timed waltz.
Take this!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
In a bind?
I'll take you all on! Orochi's Fury!
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
Milky place here!
Here goes! Tornado! Photon blast! I never miss!
Orochi's Fury! Double
I'm ready!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! I can feel my power growing! that big tower over there?
We should be able to cook here.
Well... always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Made it through another day.
Dohalim, your spare bracers were getting dirty, so I polished them up along with the rest of your equipment.
Why, thank you, Kisara. I greatly appreciate that.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but you sure seem to fuss over Dohalim a whole lot, Kisara.
It is a little strange. Almost like you're still in his service.
Really? That's certainly not my intention. Besides, he's not the only one I'm like that with. Hey, Law? I saw your clothes were starting to get holes in them, so I stitched them back up for you.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Kisara.
Point taken. Do you just like looking after people?
I wouldn't go so far as to say I like it, but I get anxious if I don't. I'd always like to help if I can. It comes naturally to me. Back in the day, Miguel and I used to look after the younger kids a lot, so that's probably where it comes from. He taught me everything I know, and I mean everything. How to cook with wild plants, how to sew clothes so they'll last. Without him, we never would have been able to survive.
However, you're not a lord anymore, Dohalim. You need to get used to the idea that people aren't just going to wait on you hand and foot.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm ashamed to admit that I felt no qualms about her doing all that for me. As both a Renan and especially as a lord, One becomes too accustomed to those beneath you tending to your every need, both Renans and Dahnans alike.
Sure, that's how all you Renans are probably raised. But just to be clear, we're not your servants, Dohalim. Got that?
Absolutely. Moments such as this provide me with ample opportunity to confront my unease. It is difficult to tend with my own motivations.
What do you mean?
The truth of the matter is that my espousal of coexistence in Menancia hardly came from an idealistic place. That instinctive unease I feel deep within serves as a reminder for what it is that all of us here fight for.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one's going to abandon you if you aren't always perfect.
Looking at her now, I think she's more like his mom than his servant.
All done. Come and eat.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? You worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way. We'd best get ready for tomorrow. Shall we get moving?
Not this way, I guess.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag Saar's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already! I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm... Been looking for you. For me? Why?
He's tough.
Who are you? Said you were looking for me. Why? Beautiful, precious life. What the? That is all I desire. Then why are we fighting? Who even are you? Orochi, fall! Bestow thy mercy!
Thank you.
You say it as though you're...
Who the hell are you?
It'll take a bit to get used to.
Bastard!
This guy's not normal.
His speed is unbelievable.
You mean he even surpasses a lord?
Negative resonate with the earth. Another incantation ruined.
Ignite!
Permanent render.
Fairy circle. Smash you! Don't suffer. Is that a healing art? It is. Can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more careful. Begin!
Here I come!
Mega ray.
Double demon fang!
Thunder field. Raging
No
cascade.
odds of being interrupted.
Double demon fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Thunder field.
No further! This debt shall not be forgotten.
Here I come!
This one's mine.
Enjoy!
Lightning orb. Searing flare.
Try harder!
Reload.
Here! Orochi!
Permanent render. Back into the fray.
Fall.
Annihilate.
Benediction
I'm not
light.
done!
Mega render.
Enjoy.
You may be
This one's
strong,
mine.
but I'm... that all that you've got? Very well. Then die. A wretch like you? Till next time.
Shion, wake up, please!
Alphen?
Shion!
Thanks, but you're kinda crushing me.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so am I. It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought
I'm
you were...
fine. Really.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah, but I have the sword. It's different.
It's not different. Besides,
Hmm?
Never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, thank you.
But I didn't... Look, I'm just glad that you're...
Alphen?
Sorry.
That guy said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go. Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I already applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
No, I know you're not. It's just...
Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine. Really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shion was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
A light? I don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Dahnan astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right. Forgive me. We've almost reached Nias, the capital of Mahag Sar. With any luck, we'll find a place there for Shion to rest. Hey.
How are you holding up after that last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine, really. See for yourself.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that, but there's nothing wrong with admitting you have weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face to you?
I can't feel pain, but you still can, can't you?
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time. Please, stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Yes, this is Niez, the capital of Mahag Saar.
I don't see any signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
No soldiers, no Dahnans, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renan district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate. That's the Darkwing's crest. It's from an old Dahnan legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Really? First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
It must mean the Renans have lost control of the city.
Are you suggesting the Dahnans rose up and defeated the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable, given the evidence.
Let's look around and see if we can find someone. They might be able to tell us what happened. This is horrible.
All of these ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Dahnans and Renans, right?
That's a good question. Even if the Dahnans rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renans here, there should still be some people around.
This debris... Do you think it could be the work of Renan astral arts?
Perhaps, but the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings. It said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then there might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can find someone around here, we might be able to get them to tell us what happened. Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking, it's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need, so I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Even by those standards, you've got to admit this is still a little extreme.
Shionne's got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
Well, specifically speaking, what would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important. And learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
Well, recently, I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo!
Maybe something's going on in the... forest.
What are those out in the valley? Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest wind astral energy, so they have to be big.
All of you, stop right there! Don't move!
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
What are you...
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you. I'm Beifong, of the Darkwings. Sorry for threatening to blow you away. We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces, so everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
Remaining? Wait, you mean you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Are you the Dahnan leader here in Niez?
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadeye's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem. The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true. You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadeye. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
You could have left me behind, you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
I guess even after you beat the Renans, your work's only really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like it's got a lot of issues to fix.
Do you sense... Look! It's all the owls we found. I guess this was their way of thanking us for finding them.
It looks like they're grouping up by color. Is that a thing?
Actually, the color of Dan and Owl's feathers is based on their maturity and their astral energy element. So maybe they stick to certain groups even if they all belong to the same kingdom.
Then I guess that means we can tell just how many owls we found in each domain.
They seem to be saying something.
Maybe they're thanking us for finding their buddies. Then again, maybe they're telling us that we have more owls to find.
I think the Queen is protesting that they shouldn't put undue pressure on us.
Maybe he's arguing back that we're the only ones they can actually turn to?
Right. Which is why the Queen is worried about sowing any ill will with us.
We'll do our best, so don't worry, I think.
Can you understand them?
Of course not. I'm just inferring. For some reason, when I hear them talk, that's just what I imagine them saying.
Oh, well, I think you're pretty close to the mark at least.
Well, don't worry about it. We're not breaking our backs over this. I think that was a thank you.
Seems like it. From both of them.
Hootle seems happy with this. Isn't that nice, Rinwell?
Huh? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How?
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
So you're Elfin, are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit. You've got a lot of people talking, you know. But in this town, I call the shots. You play by my rules here. Just remember that. Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
Why, you?
So you're the one who took down the lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
Explosives? That's a pretty bold approach. But how'd you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I didn't, that's how. But the chance to take out a lord was worth the sacrifice.
And the Lord? What did this sacrifice earn you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off. But now we've really got the girl on the run.
Shh. Rayne? A lord?
Yeah, the lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for long. We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quiet.
Shut up, Bright Eyes! I would have run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Dahnans in this realm, is it not? If so,
Shut your
then...
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Dahnans, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Whoa. Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show.
They're my friends.
Friends? Renans are Renans. The scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now! But you know that. Maybe it's 'cause you and that little lady are friends and more.
Son of a...
You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Dahnan's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Wings!
Yeah! Deadeye! Liberator Deadeye! You are the true leader of this realm!
We're not afraid of any Bright Eyes!
It's only a matter of time before I throw every last Bright Eye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings! The Dark Wings rule!
Hey, wait up! Told you so, didn't I? You should have left your Renan pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If that's all, I think it's past time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renans.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Beifan? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait, you're not going after her, are you? Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shion said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
Hey, it's your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We'll be sure to keep you out of it. Before we set out, though, is there anywhere around here we can rest?
Sure. Building at the end of the road, opposite side. It's all yours. We use it as temporary lodging, to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Before you go, how come you don't hate the Renans as well?
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renans. Just not with two of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there.
I get the feeling Deadeye signed up to be a rebel so he could have a roost to rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
I know. How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Dahnans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niez, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay. No matter which way you look at it.
A victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Dahnans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Shionne. It's just... What I mean to say is, when you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
I just don't know, man.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters surrounding him, too. But he's got an attitude worse than any angry Zeugle. Plus, Niez is in utter ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
The Renans are powerful. And because of that, it takes a strong leader to have any hope of toppling them. However, when you take down one dictator only to replace them with another, ultimately it's just business as usual.
If it'd been Zephyr instead of Deadeye, I don't think things would have turned out like this.
Rinwell!
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have forced his own views or decisions on other people. When you do that, you're ruling over others, not leading them.
To be honest, I don't know what I would have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also feels happy? Deadeye and my dad are two very different men. For now, I'm content knowing that.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It reminds me all too well of how Viscent once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Dahnans with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
You seem to care a lot about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
You? A musician?
Indeed, music enriches the world around us. I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of time, and the thoughts of people on the wind.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. My loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize. It's interesting hearing what Renan culture is like.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our arts and culture.
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dahna as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments is lamentable. Not that my words can undo the damage already done.
What's wrong? All right.
What the... Yeah!
Good.
All right!
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
Mm-hmm. Well... I see. Hmm. Oh.
Just great.
Excuse me! Good.
That's some cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues or something?
Hey, maybe these are supposed to be different locations?
Oh, now you're into this too, huh?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Not this way, I guess. Not this way, I guess.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Let's see what you've got. I shall ensure you survive this.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart here.
Wow! Look what I just found.
Hey, I think that might be what we're looking for.
Is this the so-called legendary instrument?
Actually, I think it's one of the freight train parts that I was using for a sword.
I'm sure anything will be fine. We should take it.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
I'm not so sure.
How's this?
I see.
Great!
Huh? Hmm?
Agreed.
Dohalim.
I can't believe you managed to shoo off that irritating bard.
Had we brought him along... would have livened up our journey considerably.
You know, maybe you're right. We could have hit it off.
Yeah, and the two of you could be irritating together.
Have you guys checked your... But... lately? I wonder if something happened.
Oh, yeah? How's this? Great!
Yes. Hey.
Good.
Really? What? Yes!
All right. Right.
Really?
What?
Huh?
All right.
Yes!
Over there!
Huh? Yes!
All right.
Yes!
all right.
By the by, Shion, if you don't mind my asking, would you be willing to share what sort of clothes are currently in fashion on Rena sometime?
Sure, as long as you call me Captain.
Sir, yes sir, Captain Shion.
I was just joking. Kinda has a nice ring to it, though.
That Deadeye creep certainly has a few screws loose, that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
What's there to discuss? Deadeye and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now. We don't know if the Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
You make a good point, Rinwell. And maybe I'm just being overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that Lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Fine by me. But isn't Deadeye just gonna take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dana. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we should take some time to rest first. We've barely stopped since Menancia. Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
Have it your way.
Shion. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. You can trust me, you know. Maybe even lean on me a little. If you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
So we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Estaluva Forest. Next time, pay attention.
Got sand in my eyes!
The winds are strong here. Mind yourselves.
The winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed. Mahag Saar is the realm of wind, just as Ganeth Heros is for water.
Earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Rena is aligned to darkness, leaving each realm one element each.
Is that because some elements are easier to gather in certain areas than others?
That is certainly possible. But I suspect the biggest reason is to prevent the Lords from squabbling over resources.
Funny. You would think infighting would come naturally to an elite class vying for a crown.
True, but the Renans rule as a minority. Fighting ourselves would just be destructive. Though, as you saw in Menancia, any abstention from fighting is merely a facade.
In the end, you all get usurped whether you like it or not.
That may be true, but something tells me that this time is different.
We have to catch up to the Lord first if we want answers. Let's keep moving.
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Oh yeah. Funny, I guess I've gotten used to weird rock formations. They didn't even register as being out of the ordinary.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
Wait, those? So does that mean there's some kind of machine then? And if so, what in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dana's astral energy.
Really?
Think about it. Isn't it strange that the type of energy each realm collects is so fixed? Astral energy by nature isn't meant to skew towards one element or another so heavily.
So the Renans reformed it for the crown contest.
Sounds like the crazy thing a Renan would do.
Renans these days are more advanced than Danans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on Lenegis? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
But at some point they did just that. Those are the sort of people we're up against. We should do our best not to forget that.
You're so amazing, Kisara. You can cook, you can fix weapons. I feel like there's practically nothing you can't do.
Maybe you should take a page out of her book and learn to make yourself more useful then.
I'd be happy to teach you if you want, Rinwell. I learned most everything I know from my brother.
Really? Even how to sew and do laundry?
Yes, indeed. He knew how to do anything.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy when he was alive.
He was. I'd always follow him around and badger him with questions. I was a real pain in the neck. Now that I think about it, he and Legil were the ones who taught me how to raise cats, too.
Legil is that woman who was with him in the Gold Dust Cats, right? I remember now. The one with the really pretty hair.
Funny you mention that. He also taught me how to maintain my hair. Not that those lessons stopped it from getting all tangled up during training.
I think it still looks gorgeous.
From what I can tell, it would appear as though the only thing he didn't manage to teach you was how to apply makeup.
No, but that didn't stop him from trying. He really wanted to teach me everything. Only reason he couldn't was because I prioritized my training.
And here I was trying to make a joke.
I can't tell if she's being serious. The only one here who knows him well enough was her.
Yeah, I guess only Miguel could have told us if it's actually true.
Oh?
Yes! Very nice.
Is that so? You don't say.
How?
I see.
Hey!
Sure.
Nice work.
Oh?
Very nice.
Well?
Yes! What?
What?
I don't believe this!
All right.
No.
Sure.
Really now?
Yes!
What?
What?
Very nice. Yes!
Well, that was a huge miscalculation.
Yet you've drained your glass all the same.
Alphen, have you been washing your clothes? It may not be my place to say this, but... frankly, they're starting to stink.
Now that you mention it, it has been a while since I did any laundry.
I'll wash them for you if you want. Just remember to give them to me the next time you get changed.
Oh, okay. Sure. Thanks, Kisara.
And, Law, Rinwell, yours are starting to look a bit ragged.
What do you expect? Of course they're going to tear up when we're out there fighting so much.
Yeah, but it's still kind of embarrassing, having it pointed out like this.
And Shion?
I wouldn't touch me if I were you.
Of course. My apologies. All I wanted to say was that your sleeves are getting a little bit dirty.
You don't need to worry so much, Kisara. It's only natural our clothes are gonna get a little dirty while we're traveling around.
That's no excuse. Your outward appearance says a lot about your inner well-being.
Now you've really set her off.
Suffice to say, it would appear that the traditions of the Guard are still alive and well within her.
What do you mean? What do the guardsmen do that's so special?
Mostly, I'm simply referring to the fact that they're a very regimented and cleanly group of people.
Do I really sound that weird to you guys? Keeping your clothes clean and mended is completely normal to me.
Don't get us wrong. We appreciate the thought, Kisara. But we've got a long journey ahead. It wouldn't hurt to relax your standards. Just a little.
If you're sure. I wasn't trying to overdo it, I promise. However, if it's making the rest of you tense, I'll do my best to tone it down from here on out. Still, if everyone could bring their laundry and clothes they want fixed, that'd be great. I'll take care of it all for you guys tonight.
Don't you ever get tired?
Go no further!
Here I come! Orochi Fury!
An instant! Gusty nail!
Double Demon Fang!
Luna Storm!
Take this!
Your reflexes will not serve you well.
Annihilation!
Orochi Fury! I'll take you all on! Double Demon Fang! Damn it! Too fast!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Radiant
Here I come! Orochi Fury! Double Demon Fang!
Divine Spirit Flame! Reload!
You're
Load
mine!
ammo!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'm all stuffed up!
Orochi Fury!
I'm ready! Blow them away!
Radiant Pierce! Lightning Orb!
Rupture! Elusive
Double
deity!
Demon Fang!
You're mine! A victory for the ages.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
There! Thousand Gale! I'm only getting dressed!
Negative gate!
Gusty
Resonate
nail!
with the earth!
Lightning
Aren't you being interrupted?
The Doctor! Lightning! Still full! Psych! I'm ready!
Elusive deity!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Lightning Orb! Lightning! What's your
if they just sit still! Sion, can you take care of that?
No sooner said than done. More for the stockpile.
really
I never fit. This is it. Raging downfall. Into the shadows. Let's get you all out of the way. Take it. I'm only getting started. Tidal wave. Downfall. And now. Take it. It's over. Lightning. Back into the looks like you got this covered. Think again.
You picked the wrong fight!
Now! Got you! Lightning to death!
Double demon fight!
Here I go! You're mine! Mega Ray! It's over! There! You're mine! Here I go! Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Somehow, things are...
Damn it!
This one will be difficult to predict.
Take this! Orochi
Feel!
Fury!
Glacial Spear! Here I
Take
go!
this! Double demon blast! Elusive deity! Rotating fire pilot! Double demon fang! Here I come!
This one's mine!
Plasma shock!
Do it!
Lunar in an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Snare like a finely timed waltz.
I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! Elusive deity!
Can you
You're
take
finished! Orochi Fury!
Do it! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
So I still had room to grow.
Woo! Woohoo! Woo! Woohoo!
Look, Hootle! One of your buddies! Out of our way!
You're mine! It's over!
In a bind?
Orochi Fury!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Double demon fang!
I'm ready! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Pesty certainly not. Prepare to be sealed. Actually, that sounds good.
Less talking, more doing!
Orochi Fury!
I'm ready! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Excited! Go! You're mine!
Double demon fang! Lewis!
Freezing storm!
It's on!
Ice tornado!
Orochi Fury! Not today!
Negative change!
You're mine! It's over!
Do
Double
it!
demon fang!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Resonate with
Flame
the
of
earth!
fury! Burning
This is darkness!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! This one's mine!
Here I come!
Here I go! You're
Move
mine!
away!
Go! Gravitas
Stay
Field!
still!
With this, I can become even stronger! I won't forgive you!
Here I come! Come one, come all!
Lightning tornado! Raging
Blind
you into dust!
escape my judgment!
I'll grind you into dust! Can you take it?
Got fire!
I've got this! Let marksman handle it! Our expert coming through!
All yours!
With darkness! Here I go! It's over!
Take this!
Leave the enemy's arms to me!
All yours, Kisara!
Vanquish darkness! Don't mind if I do! Mega Ray!
Elusive deity! Tornado drive!
Mega Ray! Firmament Render!
Not so fast!
Arrow Claw! One more time! Fury!
All in order.
You're going pretty hard in this battle.
I'm not usually given to restraint.
I'm ready for the next battle.
In a bind?
In the wave of fury! Burning
I'll face you! Tornado drive! Release the deity! Tornado drive!
Here, let me help!
Tempest!
I can go all day!
You're not! I'll blind you with a shot! I'll face you!
So those are Dan and Astral Art. Something you want to say? Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
I'm on top! Annihilation! Searing Blast!
I'll face you!
Arrow strike! Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Does it hurt? I'll blind you!
Wow! Look what I just found.
I think Hootle senses something.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty. I hate camping out. I feel all...
What's up, Kisara? You look concerned.
Oh, no, it's just... I'm looking at our finances, and they seem to have taken a nosedive. I don't remember us making any big purchases, though.
Ah, that may be because I borrowed a small amount to purchase something the other day.
I don't think you can call spending more than half of our money a small amount.
Half? Dohalim, what the hell did you buy?
As it so happens, I came upon a rather special object that I've long been searching for.
Are you talking about that junk? I mean, that, unique-looking trinket you're holding?
Whoa, is that a...
Indeed. It is a lost artifact from ancient Dahnan times. Most likely, it was used for some sort of rite or ritual. Ever since we Renans conquered Dahna, such objects have been disappearing. I simply want to do my part to help preserve both our people's storied histories.
Well, if it's to preserve Dahnan history, then I guess we can maybe look the other way. Just this once?
I don't know. Why spend money on something that won't even keep us fed?
More to the point, we all contribute to that money. I don't like the thought of anyone dipping into it without saying anything.
You must understand. Had I let that opportunity pass me by, I'd never have come across this item again.
Dohalim, maybe no one taught you that money doesn't grow on trees.
I may have been a lord, but I realize that much.
It's not enough to simply realize it. You have to internalize the concept too. Even after all this time, you still have no real sense of money. Our funds aren't your personal wallet. We camp outside and eat grass for dinner to try and stretch every last gold we have. You never know when we may need it.
I don't think we're so poor that we have to eat grass or anything.
Shut up, Alphen.
Shutting.
Let's just agree to not spend too much or be too thrifty for our own good.
Alphen, your blazing sword draws its power from Shion's Firemaster core, right?
So I'm told.
Then why don't you use yours, Dohalim?
You mean my Earth Master Core, yes?
Yeah, I mean, you still carry it around with you, don't you?
I do. Each Master Core contains the astral energy harvested from Danan's slaves over the course of the last 3 centuries. Though only a select few qualified people, namely the Lords, can wield them, they nevertheless hold too much power to simply abandon.
If only the Lords are supposed to be able to use them, how come Alphen and Shion can use theirs?
That may be because Shion has embedded the Firemaster Core within her body, something which wouldn't have occurred under normal circumstances.
Okay, but why do you still carry yours around?
Just as Danans see Master Cores as symbols of the lives and resources robbed from them, so too do I view mine as a symbol of our lasting sins. The pain and agony wrought upon this world by my predecessors, as well as the injustice enabled by my own inaction, are all housed within my Master Core. It is a testament of all that I have done wrong. It cannot ever be used again, nor fall back into the wrong hands.
Dohalim.
You didn't differentiate between the deaths of Danans and the deaths of Renans.
Danans and Renans both spill blood and languish in agony all the same. I just couldn't bear to hear it any longer. That's all.
Little late for that.
Hey, Rinwell. What was that whole legend you were talking about earlier, back when we were by the gate?
Huh? Oh, you mean about the Darkwings? It's an old story about a Danan hero that's been passed down for generations.
Like I said, I sure haven't heard it before.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, long ago, there was an evil king who tried to bring all of Dana to ruin. However, a pure black owl heard the pleas of the people and decided to help. It chose a young hero and bestowed upon them a holy flame that was capable of vanquishing the king. The story goes that the young hero challenged the king and defeated them with the flame. Seeing Dana had been saved, the people flew the crest of the Darkwings as thanks to the owl for its help. From what I understand, it used to be a really well-known story before the Renans came.
I guess our people must have forgotten it over time. It's lucky for us you still know it. You sure are well-versed in these sorts of things, Rinwell.
You know, the part where the hero defeats the king with a flame reminds me a little of Alphen.
Come on, it's just a story. Besides, if we're talking about an owl helping anyone, Hootle would definitely choose Rinwell.
Sure, I might have helped take out our own kind of evil king with the others, but I'm definitely no hero. That and Hootle's wings aren't even black. Huh.
Good. This came out just the way I hoped. Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Sorry for rambling on so much about my past earlier.
Don't sweat it. It was fun hearing you reminisce about the good old days.
Come on, you don't have to pretend with me. I know I can tend to go on sometimes, when it comes to my brother.
You said it, not me. Anyway, I don't think it's something for you to be embarrassed about.
Hey, Alphen. When you were a kid, was there ever a time when you had to bury someone younger than you?
Well, it's hard to say. I'm guessing that you have, though.
Yeah. During the previous crown contest, with the Lord before Dohalim. Life back then was Truly hell. I think that's why I tried to ignore what Miguel was telling me for so long. Because I was afraid of going back to such a dark time. Of losing hope. I wanted to believe in our paradise so much that I doubted the one person I should have trusted most. I don't blame blame Dohalim for that. I simply didn't want to face facts. And I ended up trying to project my ideals onto everyone else.
It's strange. Whenever you and Dohalim talk about Menancia, it's always like it's some big failure. We're talking about fixing 300 years worth of damage here. Isn't it a bit optimistic to think it was all going to be resolved after only 5?
You might be right. Maybe it was a mistake when Menancia... No. When I decided to stop seeing the darkness in our society. I have to admit the truth. To myself, first of all. I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Rise and shine. We're almost ready to leave.
This place gives me the creeps. You really think that Lord is hiding out here?
Be careful. The air is dense with astral energy. Something's not quite right about this place.
How are you able to pick up on all this stuff anyway? Is it something that all astral arts wielders can do?
I must admit, I'm curious myself. Perhaps her Dahnan bloodline has something to do with it.
Dohalim.
Apologies. I meant no disrespect.
Stay alert, everyone. There's a good chance that she already knows we're here.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard. I suppose if you're a lord going into hiding, a forest is one place to turn.
We don't know for sure she's here. Keep looking.
Radiant, here!
Try harder!
Negative gate!
If it crawls up, get out of the way!
I shall ensure you survive this!
All back in their defenses!
Glad you have your use of it.
I'll show you
I'm
how
ready.
peaceful I can...
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
You're finished! Negative gate!
Fury!
A charge like that...
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! You're finished!
A freezing storm!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning
Here I
Orb!
shattering
Okay, here I go.
When you're dead, Doki, then tonight's meal is on you.
Good God.
I'm out!
What to make?
Take this!
Do it! In here!
Blow them away!
I can feel my precision. Improving.
Gotta break through!
None
not
shall
done.
escape my judgment!
Orochi Fury!
Don't mind if I do! Right!
Take this!
Ready and rare! Can't get out of this!
Mega Ray! More of that
Blinding freeze!
What's if they just sit still?
Still.
Here
Can
goes!
you take care of them? Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Certainly. An astral art?
That's my cue.
You're finished!
Shut him down!
Resonate with the earth!
Radiant Launch! Here!
Orochi Fury!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Thunder Blade! Come and face me!
Can
you take it? I grind you into dust!
More for the pile. I'm out!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I can feel my power growing!
For the hideout of a runaway lord, this place is a lot bigger than I was expecting.
Do you think she had it built with that in mind?
No. Personally, I think this used to be part of a Dahnan castle or fortress of some sort.
How can you tell?
For one thing, it doesn't look like a storehouse. For another, it's old and you can tell it was built to let people hole up inside of it.
Huh. I'll take your word for it. I don't know the first thing about brick. You know, I've always thought you were a smart little cookie, but damn, Rinwell, you really know your stuff.
It's no big deal. I've just read a lot of books is all.
If this is meant to be a castle, there wasn't much to it above ground. Are there such things as underground castles?
There probably used to be more of it above ground. That is, until 300 years ago.
So the main structure must have been lost during the time of the invasion, with only the underground part remaining. And then this lord decided to use it for her own purposes. Have I got that right?
But what reason could she have for using this place instead of staying back in her own castle?
That's what we're here to find out. Whatever it is, she's up to no good.
Right. It's all the more reason we need to hurry up and find her before it's too late.
Right, here goes!
Escape my judgment!
You're finished!
A debut performance.
Lightning and gun!
Through escape!
Their hide is thick as armor! Blazing storm! You got company!
Got flyers!
I've got this! Let him march!
I'll stop his charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
I'm not done!
Orochi
Resonate with the end.
Double demon fang!
Your helping me has become apparent. Leave the ensnaring to me.
Anything is and the puzzle is to me.
I'm ready! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Sighted! Firmament your
You're
window!
mine! No further! It's over!
Arrow Squall!
Double demon fang!
Do it!
Kisara, all yours, Kisara.
Wow! Look what I just found.
What could this be?
Let's dispose of the trash.
You're finished!
Science activated!
Last shot!
Thunder Seal here!
Lunar Rondo!
Radio! Here!
You're mine!
We're out of ammo!
I'm ready! Double feet!
Through! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Hi, Hoodle!
You're mine! You're finished!
Magna Ray!
Orochi Fury!
Armor won't save you.
Nice Lord! Dance in the wind! In here!
Double demon!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Up and out! Confiscated! That's my cue!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Scarlet Inferno!
They're surrounding us!
No further!
Lightning Orb! Annihilate! Whoa! Hey! One at a time!
Raging Demon Fang! Here I come!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Vanquish darkness!
Orochi Fury!
It's over!
I can carve through walls.
I'm ready!
Hey, blow them away.
I'll heal you
Not a
all!
chance! No escape! Burn in hell!
Lightning Orb!
Elusive deity.
Lightning Banana Spear!
Orochi Fury!
Lightning is
Double
down!
demon maw! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Not a chance!
Lightning condemned!
It's over!
Elusive deity.
Thunder Blade!
Lunar Rondo! Mirage!
Your power is a spectacle to behold.
We managed to pull through.
This place is full of weird machinery, old and new. Just what the hell was she doing here?
By all appearances, the sort of unsavory research she wouldn't want to see divulged.
Even to other Renans? That's a scary thought. This place goes pretty deep underground.
It was probably built that way so it could still be used, even if the above-ground portion got destroyed.
Perhaps that's why it's still here, and why it was made into her hideout. It would certainly stand to reason. By all appearances, it would seem she was researching something here.
You think so? What kind of research could she have been doing in a place like this?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hardly anything the likes of us could imagine.
If we assume it was because this area is rich in astral energy, then it's possible she could have been doing any number of things.
Indeed. Renan castles and spirit vessels are often found in such locations. Intriguingly, Dahnan ruins are also known for their abundant energy.
You Renans attacked us. Don't act like you're just some...
Sheesh, enough already! This isn't the place to pick a fight over this.
How can you be so calm listening to all of this? You suffered at the hands of guys like him too.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm calm.
It would appear we can descend down where the railing has fallen apart.
What? Are you serious?
Let's dispose of the trash.
Cyan Instant!
I can handle it!
Raging Cascade! Fight it! You're mine! Hands in the wind! In here!
Demon Fang!
Fight it!
You're mine!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Blast the shot!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Take this! You're finished! It's time! Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Not today!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Here I come! Orochi's Fury!
Cyan Instant!
Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
I'll heal you all!
Rotating pile climber!
I'm ready!
Healing circle!
Ready to go!
In a bind?
Thanks!
Searing Fury! Reload! Let's get you
Resonate with Fury!
back into the fray! Annihilation!
Wow! Look what I just found.
Little help!
No escape! Come and face me! Here I come! It's over! Orochi's Fury! Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Appears the end is nigh.
Freak! Why can't they just
Prepare to be sealed.
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Less talking, more doing.
Orochi's Fury!
Here's your healing arms!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
It's in the sky! Supernova! This one's mine! Raging Cascade!
Orochi's Fury!
Feel! Here's a healing arm!
I'm ready!
Take!
Blow them away!
Here I go! I'm ready! And again! Now! Annihilation!
Everyone hanging in there?
Hey, new equipment!
Lost!
Here I come!
I'll smash you!
Let's go! In here!
Orochi's Fury!
Damn it! Lightning
Raging Luna Storm!
all day!
Damn it!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Plasma Shot!
Annihilation!
Luna Rongo!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against a worthy opponent.
So those are Dan and Astral Arts.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
A freezing
My turn.
storm!
In a bind?
Ha! Orochi's Fury!
Bow tie!
Can you take it?
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed
Here
waltz.
I come! Orochi's Fury!
Negative gate!
Arrow Squad!
Resonate
You're
with the
finished!
Earth!
This is in the stalagmite!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Dispose of the trash.
I'll take you all on!
Negative gate!
Orochi's Fury!
Resonate with the Earth!
Ready to go! Vanquish darkness!
Orochi's Fury! We've got flyers!
I got this! Let a marksman handle it!
It's almost too strong! All yours! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
The enemy wields archers. Did you just heal me?
We'll soon see about
I
that!
need you, remember?
Right.
Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Spirit Flame! Reload! I'm out of ammo! Back to the
Orochi's Fury!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen!
Trapped in darkness, pierced by light.
I call it the Rindo Special.
get out of this!
Orochi's Fury!
Ready!
Blast the shot!
To the shadows!
Tempest! Lunar
I'll
Rondo!
grind you into dust!
Mirage!
Tear you to shreds!
You're mine! Tempest! It's over! Catapult! This one's all mine!
Here's Catapult!
Blast the shot!
Raging cascade!
Do it!
Lunar Rondo!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
None shall escape my judgment! Lightning!
Elusive
Supernova!
deity!
Raging in the sky is mine!
Orochi's Fury! Double Demon Fang! Blast the shot!
Leave the
Now!
ensnaring.
Zoe! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
That was way stronger than regular firepower.
You won't hear me complaining. Coming through!
Here I come!
Now or never.
Orochi's Fury!
Dance in the wind!
Come one, come all!
Not on my watch!
Blast the shot!
Elusive deity!
Lunar Rondo!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for you! Truly!
Shut him down!
Now!
Twin left! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Orochi's Fury!
Certainly not.
No further!
This one's mine! Alright!
I'm not done!
Giant Instinct! Raging Cascade!
So you clamor for my true power?
Sleep now!
Do it! Mystic
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
I'll heal you all! Hit! Up and at 'em!
Here I
Let's
come!
go! Hey, that
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against a worthy
Double
opponent.
Demon Fang!
Your power is a spectacle to behold.
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Hi, Doodle! Healing arm!
You're mine! It's on!
First aid!
Orochi's Fury!
Here I go! I'm only
Stay
getting
calm.
started!
I shall provide assistance.
Here!
Not today!
Here's a healing arm!
Orochi's
All back in their defense!
Glad you have your uses!
Demon Fang!
I'll show you how useful I can be! Denied!
I'm ready! Chinese Supernova!
I'll face you!
Reload! Alright, it's showtime!
Blast the
It's the
shot!
I'll face you!
Instant!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Mega Ray! Lightning Orb! Raging Cascade!
Out of the woods. Take
Dance
this!
in the wind!
In a bind?
Orochi's Fury!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Orochi's Fury!
Do it!
Double Demon!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Carve through armor!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
Now, annihilation!
Orochi's Fury!
Saving this one! Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
need to be stronger. Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
There's nobody here. It's been nothing but Zeugles. No lords, no Renan forces.
They have to be holed up somewhere, right?
From the look of things, I don't think anybody's been here for a while. If anyone was here, they're long gone now.
That can't be.
Look out!
We'll figure this out later. Right now, this thing needs dealing with.
I don't understand. Did Bayfall lie?
He didn't seem the type to lead us on a wild goose chase.
Hey! Save your questions until after we manage to finish this thing!
I'm not done! Try harder! My turn! Take this!
Go for the weak point! Feel annihilation!
Take this!
Here I come! Orochi's Fury!
Elusive deity! I'll face you!
Demon Fang!
Amazing.
Orochi's Fury!
Resonate with the earth!
Now! Take it!
Thank you.
Why'd you do it?
To stop you dying?
Oh, right.
Orochi's Fury!
Heal!
Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Got it! This one's mine! Nails our Sam!
Orochi's Fury! I'm not done!
Annihilation! Sleep now.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
Lightning
To me!
Try harder! Here I come!
Take this!
Lightning arm! I'll heal you all!
Negative gate!
Face with
Take
him!
it! Try harder! My turn!
Our surge through
Your helping me has become a pattern.
It's for the good of all of us.
Is it now?
Begin! Take this!
Shining Supernova!
Orochi's
Raging
Fury!
Death!
A thrilling
Here.
performance.
Not in your dreams!
Orochi's Fury!
Into the shadows with darkness! Mega Ray!
Bestow our mystic mercy!
Mega Ray! Divine Strength!
Fairy circle! Allow me to help you.
Thank you.
You say it as though you're surprised.
It'll take a bit to get used to. It's weakened!
It ends now!
Sleep now.
Plasma shot!
Reload! Lightning
Lunar
attack!
Rondo! Eat dirt! You escape!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Orochi's Fury!
Supernova! Dance in the wind!
Elusive deity!
Air thrust! The enemy is going all out! Take care of Poodle.
Stay away from my friend!
Snake of the abyssal deep! Clear for us up!
That move!
Do it! Here comes the big one!
Here!
Don't suffer in silence!
Raging Cascade! Far enough! Dance in the wind!
I'll smash you!
Mega Ray! Feel! Annihilation! Let's get you all tucked away!
Bestow its mystic
Let them march!
Orochi's Fury!
Here! Lightning well tucked away!
Take this!
Here goes!
Orochi's Fury!
Double Demon Fang! How's this? Ignite!
Lightning orb!
Orochi's Fury!
Reload!
I can't take much more.
Orochi's Fury!
First aid! Get on in there with the others! I never miss!
Orochi's Fury!
Arrow Squall!
I'm ready!
Xion! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Benediction Light.
Vanquish darkness!
Benediction Light.
Here I come! You're finished!
This confiscated! May it ready to go! Carry it straight!
That gun of yours is real handy at the end.
We'll take the true mark to use.
Well, such unadulterated anyone better than you, Xion. When you're just a
Then tonight's meal is on me.
Keep going.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Searing Flame! Reload!
That did it.
Photon! Lightning Condemned!
I'll smash you!
Mega Ray! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Far enough!
Ow!
Bestow the now or
Dance
never.
in the wind!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Ice Tornado!
Okay, is that a healing
I
round?
can heal myself, thank you.
I can't precisely. As a healer, you cannot do that.
That's the wisest thing you've ever...
Carry it a shred!
Can't get out of this!
Orochi's Fury!
Healing Circle! Okay,
Here I go!
Hey, that's so that you don't get in trouble again.
I'll grind you into dust! Dance on the wind!
Into the shadow!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Mega Ray! They're not playing around! Here goes!
You!
Here, let me help!
Clear for us up there!
This isn't looking good!
To everlasting
Not a chance!
Light Astral Energy!
Try harder!
Instant!
Not a chance! No! Get here!
Will this help? Ha! Take that!
Begin!
Orochi's Fury! It's wide open!
It won't escape me!
Not in your dreams!
Orochi's
This one's almost in the bag!
Not done yet! We're falling back!
Then it's time for you to do what you do best!
I'm not feeling so great.
Now!
I'll face you!
Here, I can't hold on much longer!
Can't move!
Thank you. Feel!
Did you just heal me?
Yes, I need you. Remember?
Right.
Lightning! Unravel! This one's mine! Too much to handle?
Orochi's Fury!
I can feel the medicine. Back into the fray!
Double Demon Fang!
Supernova! They're not playing
Heal
around!
myself.
Photon! Lightning condemned!
Elusive
Reload!
These are the most peculiar things.
Here I go! 1,000 gallons! Right, watch out!
Take this! I can carve through armor!
Lightning condemned! Back into the fray!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning!
Ignite!
Laser spear!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Radiant
Orochi's
blood!
Fury!
Here!
Fairy circle!
Now I can let loose!
Confiscated!
Here I come!
Resonate with the
You're
earth!
finished!
Can't get out of this!
Now!
I'm out of arrows! 1,000 gales! Annihilation!
Raging lunar storm!
I'm impressed!
I'm ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
So much for finding the Lord. Come on, let's get back to Niaz.
Xion, calm down. This isn't like you. What's wrong? Talk to me.
It's none of your concern.
Even after everything we've been through together?
The two of us are only helping each other because our interests overlap, remember?
Are you serious? You helped me come to terms with Zephyr's death. You put your life on the line to save me. Don't tell me you did all that out of necessity. That it was only because we have a common goal. Fine.
Huh?
You don't want to answer? Then I'll do whatever I like from now on, too. Clearly, I'm just bothering you. So it doesn't matter if you tell me what's on your mind. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop looking out for you. Not now, not ever.
That's not fair. Why can't you just leave me alone? You don't know the first thing about me.
But I do. I know you care about the pain of others. You care, Shionne. That's why I want to help.
Because of my thorns, I thought I had been doomed to a life of solitude. Until the day I died, I knew I would be alone.
And now?
The truth is, I'm trying to end my curse and get rid of my thorns.
Get rid of? There's a way to do that? Really?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is there's a chance. But that's the reason I need the Renis Alma.
The Renis Alma?
The Master Core to end all Master Cores. It is bestowed upon the winner of the Crown Contest, the new Sovereign, as proof of their victory. It must be assembled from all 5 Master Cores.
That's why taking down the Lords is so important to you. But Shionne, you're not in this alone. If there's a chance we can rid you of your thorns, I'll be by your side the whole way.
That includes us, right?
Like it or not, you're going to have to get used to relying on us every now and then.
What kind of friends would we be otherwise?
Thank you.
Dahnan Liberation and the Renis Alma. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us. If we have any hope of finding this Lord and their Master Core, we start by heading back to Niez.
Man, who would have thought we'd ever get thanked by Shionne?
Sounds like someone wants me to grab their arm.
I'm joking! Damn.
I can't believe this. To think they would give us a bad lead like that. Where could that Lord actually be?
Beats me. That said, there's no point wandering around aimlessly trying to look for her. We should head back to Niez for now.
What's wrong, Kisara?
Oh, I was just thinking about what it meant for there to be castles here on Dahna. People build castles to protect things that are important for one reason or another. But not simply that. They're also used to project a ruler's power.
So what you're saying is, even before the Renans invaded, the Dahnans were still being ruled over. It was just by other Dahnans.
That's most likely the case, yeah. Though who knows how they led their people.
But after seeing Deadeye, I can't picture them being all that benevolent themselves.
What if it's in everyone's nature to rule over and control others? What are we supposed to do about that?
If it really is in our nature, then no. All that means is we have all the more reason to fight it. That's all there is to it.